Welcome to Dreamland's Sleep Stories. Take a deep breath and let go of all your worries. Slowly exhale and unwind. We'd love for you to relax, close your eyes, and listen to our story and mission in a dream, the pursuit of the relic of Renault. Before you go to bed, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. And then let the serene images and soothing sounds lull you into a deep, restful sleep. On the peaceful night sky of the continent of Aziola, the stars are dim and lifeless. People wake up from nightmares, and it looks like the legendary dark forces are about to awaken again. Renault, a young but brave knight, received a mysterious call in his dream. His mission is to find 5 ancient artifacts in a world that is about to collapse. They're the only ones who can save us from the impending darkness. And he's not alone. The kind elf ranger, brave dwarf warrior, and mysterious witch will join him on this journey of destiny. You say you dreamed of a land of darkness. A land filled with the stench of decay and the screams of countless indeed. Oh my, Eskel frowned, his deep, elven eyes full of doubt. Yes, Eskel, Rhino replied, standing up and walking over to the window to look outside. The morning light shone on the peaceful forest, which was a lovely change from the scene in his dream. The dream was so real, I could even feel that awful, suffocating stench of death. Maybe it's just your mind playing tricks on you. Yar raised his glass and took a big gulp, the liquid running down his beard and dripping onto the rough stone table. You know, you should drink more. Alcohol can really help to relieve all your worries. No, it's not fear, Reynolds said with a reassuring smile. He told his friends all about the dream he'd had, describing the strange creatures, the corrupted land, and the terrible dark forces he'd seen. I had the most amazing dream about the 5 artifacts. I truly believe that only by finding them can we stop this disaster. 5 artifacts. Oh my, that sounds like quite the quest. What are they? I just want to check. Are you sure this is not a delusion? Scare's eyes lit up with surprise. He knew that Reynolds was not the kind of person who would easily ramble nonsense, and he was pretty sure that what Reynolds was saying was true. I'm not sure about that either. Reno took a deep breath and pulled a piece of yellowed parchment from his pocket. In his dream, he'd received a special gift. A piece of yellowed parchment containing information about the artifact in a strange new writing. Oh, this Yar took the parchment, studied the strange writing closely, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. What does it say? I'm not sure, but I'll find out for you. I've never seen these characters before, Reynolds said quietly with a little smile. I have a feeling that the artifacts may be hidden somewhere behind the magic barrier, and that mysterious passage leads there. Magic the barrier? Your dream, really? SK let out a little cry, jumping up and gazing out across the vast expanse towards the horizon. That was where the magic barrier was located. It was like a big, beautiful barrier, gently separating the continent of Asura from the rest of the world. But wouldn't you know it, something rather strange had happened to it in recent years. I really must find these artifacts and put a stop to this disaster. Renault's eyes were bright with determination. He had already made up his mind. He would find the 5 artifacts, even if it cost him his life. Renault, the words on this parchment bay. SK stared intently at the parchment, his eyes shining with a strange light. What is it, SK? Renault asked, his voice soft and kind. Renault asked, a little puzzled, noticing a strange tone in SK's voice. The words on this are the words of an ancient prophecy. Scarce said, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "I'm so thrilled to tell you that the words on this parchment are the words of an ancient prophecy." He turned to Reno with a warm smile and said, "I truly believe that the dream you had was not a false dream, but a sign from fate." While he was talking, SK reached into his pocket and pulled out an old book. It was a lovely thick parchment book with yellowed pages full of dense writing. This lovely old book had been handed down from his ancestors from ancient times and contained various legends and prophecies about the continent of Asura. It's got lots of prophecies from way back when. One of the prophecies says that when the dark forces threaten our beautiful continent of Asura, 5 sacred objects will appear. These objects will be the key to resisting the dark forces, so let's keep our eyes peeled. SKO opened the parchment and pointed to one of the pages, which contained an ancient description of the 5 sacred objects and their hidden location. The artifacts might be hidden in different directions of the magical barrier, SKO explained, pointing to the text on the parchment. They'll attract different races based on the special energy emitted by each one. Different races? He inquired, his voice full of curiosity. Yer asked with a curious look on his face. His glass was empty, so he picked up the jug again and filled his glass, asking while drinking, "What do you mean?" The prophecy mentions that the 5 artifacts each possess different colors, and they will attract different races to find them, destined kindly. Take the Hammer of War, for example. It has powerful strength and can enhance the strength of warriors. It might attract dwarf warriors to find it, while the Tree of Life, which has powerful healing abilities and can cure any injury, might attract elves to find it. So what you're saying is that we need to find the 5 artifacts, and then different races will go and find them. Reynold asked, his tone full of determination. He was really keen to find the 5 artifacts and save the continent of Asura. Absolutely, Reynold. SKIK nodded, his eyes full of determination as he clutched the ancient book in his hand. It will be a challenging and lengthy journey, but we must find the 5 artifacts and prevent this disaster. This is a big challenge, but we can do it together. Yao laughed heartily. He tilted his head back, took a big gulp of wine, and then gave the glass a little slam on the table. "Brothers, are you ready?" he asked, his voice full of warmth and kindness. "Let's set off together to find these artifacts." As Reno and Scott stepped out of the cave, they were immediately surrounded by dozens of dark messengers clad in black armor and with sharp blades. The dark messengers looked at Reno and Scott with a fierce intensity, their blades glinting in the sunlight. "I thought you might have some trouble finding your way here," said one of the dark messengers with a little smile. He raised his hand, beckoning to the other dark messengers to come forward. "It seems that you 2 are the chosen ones. In that case, we'll be off. Thanks for your help." SK drew an arrow and placed it on the bow, looking at the dark messengers around him with a common friendly gaze. His eyes were cold, and his fingers lightly plucked the bowstring, producing a lovely humming sound unique to the elf bowstring. "Reynold, be careful, my friend," SK whispered, his words gentle but his tone full of concern. His gaze was fixed on the dark messengers around him, ready to fight at any time, but with a twinkle in his eye. Reynold held the long sword in his hands, the blade glistening with a sharp light in the sunlight. He held the long sword horizontally in front of him in a defensive stance, slowly and carefully. "I know you want to kill me, but it's not that easy." Reynold's eyes were firm and his tone was calm and reassuring. He wasn't at all intimidated by the powerful enemies in front of him. In fact, he was full of confidence. He gazed at the dark messengers in front of him with keen interest, ready for a spirited battle. "Oh, you really don't know when to die, do you?" he said with a little laugh. One of the dark envoys let out a little laugh and charged at Renault first, his sharp blade cutting an arc in the air and slashing at Renault's neck. Renault's eyes narrowed as he retreated quickly, swinging his long sword at the same time to parry the dark envoy's blade. He could feel the other person's incredible strength and thought to himself, "Wow, this battle is going to be more challenging than I imagined." "You too." Another dark messenger let out a roar and charged at SK at full speed. The blade in his hand made a lovely whistling sound as he slashed at SKA. SKE's eyes narrowed as he quickly shot an arrow from his bow. Oh no, the arrow struck the dark messenger's arm with great force, and the Purgai let out a scream of pain as the blade in his hand fell out. He quickly bandaged the wound and fell to the ground, looking quite uncomfortable. SKA let out a little snort of laughter. He was a very precise and ruthless archer. The Purdark envoys were all wounded by his arrows and let out some pretty painful wails, one after the other. Reno could see that the moment had come. He called out, "My dear brothers, let us go." Reno swung his long sword with great force, and the blade cut through the air with incredible speed, cleaving one of the dark envoys in two. And my, that was a nasty wound. Blood spurted out and stained the ground red. The dark envoys were all taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They stood there for a moment, looking a little taken aback, before letting out angry roars. Reno saw his chance and went for it. He saw his chance and made the most of it. He quickly charged towards the crowd, his long sword swinging non-stop, knocking back the surrounding dark envoy. Jill, and SKEK was right there with him, ready to jump into the fray. While dodging the attacks of the dark envoys, he quickly shot arrows that pierced their bodies with great force, knocking them to the ground. Reno and SKIK were absolutely in sync with each other. Their attacks were just so powerful, and the dark envoys were driven back. The dark envoys, who had been so fierce and determined, were now filled with fear. They began to run away from the awful fight. He could sense the fear of the dark envoys. He got down the bow and arrow, knowing the battle was over. He turned his gaze to Reno and couldn't help but smile, victorious. "It seems we have won," SKE said gently, setting down the bow and arrow in his hand. He was a little tired, bless him, but you could still see the fighting spirit in his eyes. He looked into the distance and whispered, "But this is only a small victory, my friends." Reno also put away the long sword in his hand. He looked around him, keeping a close eye on his surroundings. He knew that the forces of darkness wouldn't give up so easily and would surely make a comeback. "We've got to find the 5 artifacts to beat the forces of darkness once and for all," Reno said, his voice full of determination. He held the long sword close to his chest, his eyes shining with determination. He looked at Eskine and said, "What do you think we should do now?" "According to the prophecy, the tree of life is hidden in the territory of the elves. I think we should go to the tribe of the elves," said SK. "Point into the depths of the forest, where the elves lived and where the tree of life was hidden. Would you like to trust my guidance?" Reno nodded, his eyes full of trust and admiration. He had complete faith in SK's wisdom and abilities. He was sure that only by finding the 5 artifacts could the continent of Asura be saved. He grasped his long sword firmly, eager to embark on the adventure to find the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life? Yao laughed heartily, his eyes twinkling with mirth. He took a quick sip of his drink and then wiped the foam from his mouth with his big hand. That's the elves' sacred object, and we can't just barge into their territory, you know. But he paused for a moment, narrowed his eyes and looked at Reno with a twinkle in his eye. I do know a place where not only is the best dwarf beer, but you can also find a weapon that is even more powerful than the Tree of Life. A more powerful weapon. Rano's eyes lit up, and he was really eager to find out what weapon Wael was talking about. Where is it? It's right here in the dwarf city. Wael stood up and patted the table, pointing to the entrance of the tavern and saying, "Come on, let me show you. I'll take you to someone who can help you." The tavern was full of a lively, happy atmosphere, with dwarf warriors laughing and chatting and brandishing their drinking glasses. Rhino and Skull followed Wael closely, making their way through the lively crowd and finding a quiet spot in the tavern. "And look, this is the person I was talking about." Wael pointed to a dwarf in the corner who was forging iron. He was a little guy, short and stocky, with a face covered in black ash. He was forging iron with a huge hammer, making the loudest, most impressive sounds. "This is the wonderful master blacksmith of Dwarven City, Grum," Yar introduced with a warm smile. "He is the most powerful blacksmith in the entire continent of Asura, and his weapons can defeat any enemy." Grum looked up and gazed at Renault with a fiery gaze. His face was full of surprise and confusion, and he said, "Oh, hello. Who are you? What weapon do you want to forge?" Renault explained their purpose in a kind and friendly way, hoping that Grum could help them by forging a powerful weapon to fight against the forces of darkness. Grum was quiet for a moment, looking for Renault to SKFF with a thoughtful expression. He seemed to be thinking about something. He put down his hammer and walked up to Reno, carefully examining his weapon with a thoughtful gaze. "Your sword is really sharp, but it could be even more powerful if it had a little more room," said Grom in a soft, reassuring voice. "If you want to defeat the forces of darkness, you need a more powerful weapon, one that can pierce the darkness and deal a fatal blow to your enemies." Reynolds nodded with a warm smile. He was really keen to get Grum on board and thought that the Dwarf Master could make a weapon that would be just what they needed to turn the situation around. Scare was also really excited about Grum. He knew that the Dwarf Master had absolutely amazing forging skills and could make any weapon they needed. "I could really do with your help, Master Grum," Reynolds said with a warm smile. "I'd really love a weapon that can fight against the forces of darkness." Grom was silent for a few seconds, his gaze falling once again on Reno's sword. He gently stroked the blade with his rough fingers, as if feeling its soul. At last, he looked up at Rhino with a twinkle in his eye and said, "I can make you a weapon, but you'll have to pay the price." Rhino replied without a moment's hesitation, "I'm more than happy to pay any price." Grum nodded, his eyes full of determination. He picked up the hammer again and began to swing it on the anvil with a smile. The flames dancing in the furnace reflected on his face as if they were telling an ancient legend. "You need to find 3 things." Grum's voice suddenly became soft and gentle, and his gaze became thoughtful as if he was looking into Reno's heart. Reno looked at Grum with eager gaze, waiting for his next instructions. Grum pointed to the wall behind him, where a huge map was hanging. The map was covered in lots of different locations, 3 of which were marked in red paint by Grum. "The first thing you need to find is the Moonstone. This stone is really special because it contains powerful magic and can give extraordinary power to weapons." Grum pointed to a mark on the map, which was in a place called the Elven Forest. But the elves guard this stone, and they won't give it to you easily, my friend. You've got this. All you need is to use your wisdom and courage to obtain it. Reynold nodded, and Grom could see that he understood what Grom meant by wisdom and courage. He looked at SK, and SK nodded too, as if to say, I'm with you all the way. He knew it would be a bit of a challenge, but they had to give it a go. The second thing you need to find is the heart of lava. I know you can do it. This stone is the essence left behind after a volcanic eruption. It can enhance the sharpness of weapons, which is really useful. Grum pointed to another mark on the map, which was in a place called the Valley of Flames. It's a bit dangerous and there are lots of lava flows, so it's probably best to give it a miss. You just need to find a way to get it safely, my friend. Reno and SK looked at each other, their eyes meeting in a silent exchange. They both felt the difficulty, but they were up for the challenge. They just need to get through all the difficulties and they'll be fine. And the third thing you need to find is the dragon scale. I know you can do it. This amazing scale can make weapons stronger and can withstand any attack. Grum finally pointed to a little mark on the map. It was in a place called the Dragon Mountains. The dragons, though, are the most powerful creatures in the world. They're truly magnificent. They have great power, and you need to be very careful to obtain the scales from them. Reynold nodded slightly. He looked at Grum with a determined gaze, his eyes shining with resolve. He took a deep breath and replied with a smile, I will find them, don't you worry. I'll get through this and complete the trial. Grum smiled contentedly. He picked up a hammer and said to Reynold, remember, the night's trial is not meant to make you run away, but to make you stronger. You've got this. Every challenge you face is a chance for you to grow and become the best version of yourself. Reno nodded again, his eyes shining with determination. He took hold of the sword in his hand and was ready to set off on his journey to find the three material. SKR followed Reno closely behind him, and his eyes also shone with the same determined light. They gave Reno a hearty slap on the shoulder and said with a big smile, let's go, brother. Let's conquer these trials together. The three of them left Grum's blacksmith shop and set off on a quest to find the three material. The three of them needed to find the moonstone, the heart of lava, and the scales of the dragon, so they could make weapons that would be really strong. They first went to the lovely elven forest that was marked on the map. It was a truly beautiful forest, teeming with life and full of magnificent trees that reached up to the sky. The sun was shining brightly through the leaves, creating a beautiful pattern of light and shade on the ground. The air was filled with the sweetest smell of flowers and grass, and the sound of birdsong was so relaxing. However, this lovely forest was not as safe as it seemed. A group of elf guards stood in Reynold's way, armed with bows and arrows. They looked at Reynold and his companions with a little wariness. Hello, may I ask who you are? Oh, hello there. Why are you trespassing in the elf forest? One of the elf guards inquired kindly. We're from the human kingdom and we're here to find the moonstone, Reynold replied, trying to keep his tone calm and friendly to avoid arousing the hostility of the elf guards. The moonstone is a sacred object of the elves, and we will never get it to you, the elf guard roared. You must leave here. Please believe us, we only want the moonstone to make weapons. We don't want to hurt you, Reno explained kindly. We are fighting to save the world. Save the world? He asked, his voice full of hope. The elf guard smiled sadly and said, Oh, humans. You always like to use the excuse of saving the world to cover up your selfishness. We'll prove we're determined, Reno said kindly. Please, give us a chance. Okay, I can promise you that, but you need to pass a little test to get the moonstone, the elf guard said with a kind smile. We'd love to give you the moonstone, but we just need to make sure you're worthy of it. All you have to do is pass our test. We're ready for your test, said Reno, his eyes shining with determination. He was sure they'd be able to pass the test. Very well, follow me, said the elf guard with a warm smile, and turned and walked deeper into the forest. Reno and SK followed closely behind, while Yar, bless him, had to keep close behind them because of his short stature. He was really careful as he made his way through the thick forest, keeping a close eye out for any potential dangers. They followed the kind elf guard to the very depths of the forest, where they found an open, beautiful clearing. In the middle of the clearing, there was a huge tree. It was wrapped in vines. Its trunk was covered in strange growths. Its branches were laden with glittering gems, and its roots were sunk deep into the soil, as if it were holding the whole forest firmly in place. This is the Tree of the Moon, the elf guard said with a warm smile, pointing at the huge tree. The moonstone is hidden under the roots of that tree, my dear friend. If you want to get the moonstone, you must pass our little test. What is the test? Reno inquired, his gaze fixed on the huge tree. He could feel the strong magic coming from it. The test is really quite simple. All you have to do is answer 3 questions. If you answer all the questions correctly, you'll get the moonstone, the elf guard said with a warm smile. But if you answer incorrectly, I'm really sorry, but you will never get the moonstone. Okay, we're ready to give it a go, said Reno, holding the sword with a reassuring grip and preparing for the challenge. The first question is a toughie, the elf guard said with a wink. What is true courage? Reno took a moment to think and replied with a smile. True courage is to remain steadfast in the face of difficulties and dangers with unyielding determination. That's great. You answered the first question correctly, the elf guard said with a smile. The second question is, what is true wisdom? True wisdom is the ability to distinguish right from wrong, to see the essence of things, and to use knowledge to solve problems, Reno answered confidently. You answered the second question correctly again, the elf guard nodded, beaming at him. The last question is, what is true strength? Reno thought about it for a while, remembering all the amazing things he'd been through along the way. He felt the powerful strength within himself, and he knew that true strength was not just about physical strength, but more importantly about conviction, courage, and wisdom. True strength is having a strong belief, being able to overcome all difficulties, being able to protect all that is good, and being able to fight for your goals for a lifetime, Reno replied with a warm smile. Well done, you answered all the questions correctly, the guardian elf said, his face showing a look of approval. You have passed our test, and you can obtain the moonstone. Thank you so much, Reno said, beaming. He carefully removed the moonstone from under the roots of the tree. It was a lovely stone that gave off a soft, gentle glow and was carved with intricate magical runes, brimming with mysterious energy. I wish you all the best, mate, said the elf guardian, as he watched Reno and the others leave with the moonstone, his eyes full of expectation. Reno and the others continued on to their next destination with the moonstone. They were off to find the heart of Lover, which was in the dangerous Valley of Flames. The Valley of Flames is a bit of a tricky place, full of flames and lava. The valley is filled with rolling smoke. Lava flows on the ground, and huge geysers of flames constantly spouting, making a loud roar. It's quite the sight to behold. Oh my, this place is just too dangerous. Yo looked around, his face full of fear. Let's just go back, shall we? He said, his voice soft and gentle. Oh, but we really must find the heart of lava, said Reno with a gentle smile. We've already obtained the moonstone, so I don't think we should give up now. How on earth are we going to get through the Valley of Flames? Asked SKK, looking around for a safe route. If we want to get through the Valley of Flames, we'll just have to find a safe passage, said Reno kindly. We just need to find a way through the lava that flows from the volcano. I'm sure there'll be a cool passage in the lava, and we can go through there. They carefully made their way through the volcanic lava, looking for a route to the cool passage. And look, there it is, said SKIK, pointing ahead with a big smile. There it is, a passage. They carried on along the passage, which was really quite hot and had a rather unpleasant sulfuric smell. Just a heads up, there's a pool of lava at the end of the passage, Reno said with a smile. Let's be careful, okay? They reached the edge of the lava pool, which was full of seething, red-hot lava that looked as if it could erupt at any moment. Oh my. The heart of the lava is in the center of the pool, my friend. If we want to get the heart of lava, we'll need to take it out of the lava pool, said Reno with a smile. Oh my, the temperature of the lava pool is very high. We must find a way to take it out safely. Why don't you use your sword? Suggested SK. Your sword is really sharp, so it might be able to take it out of the lava pool. Okay, I'll give it a go. Reno took a firm hold of the sword in his hand. He concentrated his mind and focused all his strength on the sword, trying his best to do it. He carefully put the sword into the lava pool, and a big, loud roar came from the lava, as if it were talking. Just be careful, okay? SK gave a little warning. Just a heads up, the lava pool is about to erupt. Reno quickly pulled the sword out of the lava pool, and wouldn't you know it, the lava pool immediately erupted. It spewed out billows of smoke and lava, and the heat wave hit them. Run as fast as you can. Come on, Reno called, pulling Stun and Yar with him as they made a run for it through the passageways. Thankfully, they managed to escape the Valley of Flames and successfully obtained the lava heart. We did it. We finally got the lava heart, Reno said, beaming as he held the precious stone in his hands. It was a lovely red stone that gave off a soft, warm glow. Now we just have one last thing left to find the dragon scale, Skull said with a smile. We're going to the Dragon Mountains, my friends. And so they continued on to the Dragon Mountains, where they would find the dragon scale. The Dragon Mountains were a bit of a tricky place, full of dangers and challenges. The mountains stood tall, reaching for the sky, their peaks adorned with glistening ice and snow. At their feet lay a vast and beautiful plain, where tall trees grew and countless beasts hid among the branches. We're almost there, Reno said, pointing ahead with a big smile. That mountain is the main peak of the Dragon Mountains, and the lovely legend has it that the dragon lives there. They finally arrived at the foot of the main peak of the Dragon Mountains, where they were greeted by a magnificent castle. The lovely dragons stood at the castle gate, their eyes full of ferocity, as if warding anyone who approached. How are we going to get past the dragons and enter the castle? Asked SK, looking at the two dragons and feeling a little nervous. We'll need to take care of the two dragons first, said Reno with a smile. They're just the guards protecting the castle. Don't worry. The only way is if we defeat them. How can we defeat them? They are asked, looking at the two dragons with a little fear in his heart. We can use their weaknesses to our advantage. If we find their weaknesses, we can defeat them, said Renone, smiling warmly and gripping his sword in his hand, ready for the challenge. What are the dragons' weaknesses? SK asked, looking at the two dragons with a kind gaze and searching for any signs of vulnerability. The dragon's weak point is their wings, bless them. The dragon's wings are their weakest point, bless them. If you attack their wings, you can defeat them, said Reno Yung, who decided to use tactics to defeat the two dragons. Okay, let's attack their wings together, said SK, who raised his bow and arrow in his hands and prepared to attack the dragon. Let's be careful, okay? The dragon is very powerful. Hey, just a heads up when you attack. Try not to get hit by their attacks, just said, gripping his weapon tightly and preparing for battle. Together, they bravely charged at the dragons. Reynolds raised his sword and gave the dragon's wing a playful little slash. Roar! The dragon let out a loud, angry roar, flapping its wings and attacking Reynolds and the others with its tail. SK Unger also gave the dragon's wing a good going over, attacking with all their might. After a long and hard-fought battle, they finally managed to defeat the dragons. The two dragons fell to the ground, having given their all in the battle. We did it, Rhino cried, beaming with joy as he raised his sword in celebration. We did it. We finally defeated the dragons, said SKEK, looking at the two dragons lying on the ground, his heart filled with joy. We're amazing, Mael cried, jumping up and down in delight. They walked into the castle, which was full of a wonderful ancient atmosphere. The walls were covered with ancient armor, and the rooms were filled with all kinds of weapons. It was so interesting to see all of these things from times long ago. I'm sure the dragon scale is somewhere in the castle, said Reno, looking around the castle with a smile. They looked high and low for the dragon scale, and wouldn't you know, they finally found it in a room. The dragon scale was a beautiful silver-colored scale that gave off a magical, mysterious energy. This amazing item could strengthen weapons and protect them from any attack. At last, we finally found the dragon scale. Rhino let out a joyful cry, holding up the dragon scale in triumph. Now we've got all the ingredients, said Skull, looking at the moonstone, the lava heart and the dragon scale in his hands. Let's go back to Grum, Reno said with a smile. He was really excited to take all the ingredients back to the blacksmith shop and have Grum make their own weapons. They took all the ingredients back to Grum's blacksmith shop and handed him the moonstone, the lava heart and the dragon's scale with a big, warm smile. At last you found all the materials, said Grum with a warm smile. Now, I'm going to use these materials to create a weapon that belongs to you. Grum began to forge the weapon with a smile on his face. He used molten metal to create the sword body, wrapped the dragon's scales around it, and inlaid the moonstone on the handle. He worked away happily, blending all the materials together. This weapon will be the most powerful weapon you have, said Grum, his eyes full of pride and a warm smile. After several days of hard work, Grum finally created the weapon. He was so proud of himself. It was a beautiful, shining sword with an incredibly sharp blade. The hilt was glowing with the light of the moonstone, and the whole sword was filled with powerful energy. This sword is called the Blade of the Stars. Its power will help you defeat all evil, Grum said with a warm smile, handing the sword to Reno. Thank you so much, Grum, said Reno, holding the blade of the stars and feeling the incredible energy within. "You're all set to take on the forces of darkness now," said Grum with a wink. "I really hope this sword will help you fulfill your destiny and save the world." Rano held the star blade close to his heart. He knew that he had a great mission to fulfill, and he was ready for it. He would take the sword with him and, together with SKR and Yar, set off on an amazing journey to save the world, to fight the forces of darkness, to protect the worlds, and to fulfill their destiny. "Let's go," Reno said, raising the star blade and his eyes shining with determination. SKR and Yar also raised their weapons, ready to face whatever was to come. They followed Drano closely, ready to face whatever challenges came their way. And so they set out on their journey together, taking the star blade with them to defeat all evil and protect the world. "Let's go. Let's save the world," Reynolds said with a big smile on his face, leading Sky and Yar on their journey to save the world. They set off towards the territory where the forces of darkness were located, and they would use the star blade to defeat all evil and save the world. He looked around and saw a lovely little grove of trees not far away, which would make a perfect campsite. "Scare, my friend, could you go to the nearby grove and find some firewood for me, please?" "Absolutely, you're in charge of guard duty." "No problem at all," SK replied with a smile, drawing his dagger from his belt and gently chopping branches to be used to light the campfire. Yar, on the other hand, answered with a cheerful yes. He took the flask from his belt, took a long, satisfying gulp, and then began to survey the surroundings. As night fell, the lake grew even more silent, with only the occasional croak of a frog to break the stillness. Renaud leaned against a tree trunk, closed his eyes, and took a little rest for his mind. The words of Grom echoed in his head, and he clenched his fists, feeling a surge of determination to defeat evil. All of a sudden, some lovely ripples appeared in the middle of the lake. Before you know it, the calm surface had sunk, forming a huge whirlpool in which the dark lake water spun furiously. Eskel let out a little cry of alarm and pointed at the center of the lake, his eyes filled with fear. "Oh my, what on earth is that?" Renaud suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face filled with wonder. He raised the blade of the stars and pointed at the whirlpool, keeping a close eye on everything that was going on. And lie, so many black tentacles came up out of the whirlpool, wriggling about like snakes and waving their little hands in a frantic way, making a kind of creepy hissing sound. The tentacles attacked Renaud and the others like chantless vines, and they were so fast that they reached them in the blink of an eye. Oh dear, they were so quick. Renaud bravely swung the star blade in his hand, and a beautiful, bright light radiated from the blade, forcing the black tentacles back. They let out a little hiss and slowly retreated back into the whirlpool. Oh my, what on earth is going on here? Yar looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes wide with disbelief. And no, the flask in his hand fell to the ground, making a little noise as the wine spilled out. It seems that the star blade has a special power that can resist the attacks of the dark forces. Renaud held the star blade close to his heart. He could feel the power coming from the blade, and his eyes were full of hope. He held his dagger close to him, ready to fight if he had to. Good idea, let's retreat. Reno was totally on board with SK's opinion. He gave Yar a little wink, and Yar immediately understood. He raised his battle axe high in the air and called out to the lake, "Let's go." The three of them made a quick exit from the lake. They picked up the pace and ran in the direction away from the lake. Oh, what's going on? Oh my, how did this suddenly appear? Yar asked, his face full of confusion as he ran. Rano shook his head. He didn't know what was going on either, but he could feel that the dark power in the lake was spreading rapidly. This was definitely no simple matter. We're almost there. The edge of the Devil's Valley is just ahead, said SK, pointing at the mountain peak not far away. Let's find a safe shelter as soon as possible, okay? They picked up the pace and finally reached the edge of the Devil's Valley. They quickly found a nice little spot to hide in the rocky crevices behind the mountain peak and kept a close eye on their surroundings. What do we do now, guys? Yar asked, his voice full of concern. Reynolds looked around, thinking about what he should do next. This should be a safe place, don't you think? Let's take a little break and think about how we can get out of here, Reynolds said kindly. SK, you keep watch, Yar. You help me gather information about the area. Roger. SK and Yar both nodded in agreement and set off on their own, eager to explore. SK ventured up the mountain, taking in the breathtaking view of Devil's Valley. The air was filled with a thick, black mist and a rather unpleasant stench of decay. He could feel that it was full of naughty, mischievous forces. I really must find a safe route to get them out of here as soon as possible, SK said to himself as he began to carefully observe his surroundings. Yar, on the other hand, moved closer to the edge of the Devil's Valley, looking for clues as to what had attacked them. I think something must have happened here, Yar said, looking around with a thoughtful expression on his face as he carefully examined the ground beneath his feet. He was pleased to find some gravel and black residue, which he knew must be the remains of the black tentacles in the lake. Reno, guess what? I found something. Wael called out, pointing at the remnants on the ground. This looks like the remains of those black tentacles to me. They're pretty tough and give off a rather unpleasant smell. Reno couldn't wait to come over and see what all the fuss was about when he heard Wael's shout. He looked at the remnants on the ground with great interest. The more he looked, the more puzzled he became. This thing looked really rather strange. He'd never seen anything like it before, bless him. This thing is dangerous, so please don't touch it with your hands, said Reno kindly. Let's be extra careful, okay? Okay, Jan nodded in agreement, and he took a few steps back, away from the remnants. Reno looked down at the remnants on the ground, and suddenly felt a powerful force rapidly approaching. He looked up at the Devil's Valley and, oh my, he saw something that made him feel surprised and a little scared. It was a huge black shadow, slowly emerging from the Devil's Valley. Reno let out a little curse under his breath. He held the blade of the stars close to him and felt a little nervous. Scare also picked up on the presence of the dark figure. He leapt from the top of the mountain with a spring in his step, stood next to Reno, and rested his bow on his shoulder, the arrow tip aimed at the dark figure. Oh, what on earth is that thing? Yar gazed at the mysterious figure with a curious look on his face. He was so curious to find out what the dark figure was that he ignored the danger and continued walking forward. Yar, Reno tried to stop Yar, but it was too late. Yar had already rushed to the black shadow. Yar felt a little uneasy when he saw the huge black shadow. With the courage and strength of a dwarf, he bravely stepped forward, holding a battle axe, and let out a loud roar, charging at the black shadow. He hoped this would give Reno and Eskai a chance to escape. His actions surprised the black shadow, which let out a loud roar and jumped at Yar. Be careful, Reno, you shouted. He was too late to stop Yar, bless him, and could only watch him charge towards the black shadow. Oh no, the black shadow was getting closer and closer. It was a huge monster with dark skin, huge claws and sharp teeth. It looked like a demon crawling out of hell, exuding a suffocating aura of fear. Roar! The monster let out a big, friendly roar and pounced towards Yar. Wael wasn't afraid of all. He swung his trusty battle axe and slashed at the monster's head. The axe made a satisfying clang against the monster's hard skin, but sadly only left a shallow wound. The monster let out a painful roar and swung its huge claws at poor Wael, who was knocked flying by the powerful force and fell heavily to the ground. Wael! They both cried out together, their voices full of concern. They were really worried when they saw Wael fall to the ground. "Don't worry, I'm absolutely fine." Yao got up from the ground, looking a little dazed but otherwise unharmed. He gave his body a little dust off, and you could see he was feeling pretty stubborn as he clutched his battle axe tightly and prepared to charge again. Just then, something amazing happened. A purple light shot from afar, like a flash of lightning, instantly striking the monster. The poor monster let out a pitiful wail as its body, wrapped in a beautiful purple light, gradually became illusory. "Oh, hello, who is it?" Renaud turned his head and saw that Sela was standing on the edge of the mountain peak. She was holding a lovely little crystal that gave off a beautiful purple light in her cold eyes. "I've been here for a long time." Sela's voice was like music to the ears, but it carried a cold, murderous intent. "These dark creatures are destroying the magical barrier and disrupting world peace. We really need to stop them. I just can't let them keep on existing." The crystal in Sila's hands grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire sky with a warm, comforting glow. The monster let out a desperate roar, trying to escape, but the purple light was like a prison, imprisoning it in place. Renaud looked at Sila, feeling a bit lost for words. He'd never seen such powerful magic before, and it left him feeling a little dazed. "You know what you need to do," Sel said kindly, turning her gaze to Yar, who was lying on the ground. She reached out her hand slowly and the lovely purple light enveloped Yar. Yar was delighted to feel a warm, healing force flowing into his body and his injuries quickly recovering. He stood up and looked at Sel gratefully. Renoir looked at Sel, his eyes filled with confusion and awe. He'd never seen such powerful magic before. He couldn't understand why she'd appeared at that moment to help them out of their predicament. "I've been keeping an eye on things," Sel replied, her tone cold but with a hint of kindness. "It's every mage's job to protect the magic barrier and stop the forces of darkness from getting in." But Rhino wanted to say something, but he was so surprised that he didn't know where to start. "You don't need to understand too much," said Axella, looking Rhino in the eye, her tone becoming firmer. "Right now, what you should be worried about is your safety, sweetheart." She turned to look at Skik, gave a little snort of amusement and said, "You, an elf who only knows how to hide in the woods, daring to provoke a dark creature." A flash of anger crossed Sk's face, but he didn't say anything in response. He knew just how powerful Sire was and was a little bit nervous about her strength. "We really need to find out what's caused the magical barrier to collapse and find a way to fix it." Reno tried to change the subject, hoping to steer the conversation in a different direction. He really didn't want to have a disagreement with Sire, but he knew she could be a great help to him. "I'll help you," Sire replied kindly. She looked off into the distance as if she saw something, and her eyes shone with a beautiful, complex light. "But you need to be prepared for greater challenges, my friend." Reno and Sk looked at each other with a look that said it all. They didn't know what challenge Sel was talking about, but they knew that their journey had just begun, and they were excited to find out what it would bring. Let's go. There are so many other things we can do together, Sel said with a warm smile, turning and walking deeper into the forest. Reno and SK looked at each other, exchanged glances, and set off to catch up with Sel. Hey, are you okay? Reno asked with a concerned look on his face as he walked over to Yael. Yael gave a little shake of his head, stood up, patted the dust off himself, and said with a cheerful tone, "I'm fine, I just fell. It's no big deal. I haven't even used my battle axe yet. It seems like I won't get a chance to drink a sip of wine today, but that's okay." Reno and SK looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Yael's optimism made them feel so much more relaxed. "Alright, let's go," Reno said with a smile. "Sel is still waiting for us, so let's go and see him." They followed in Sel's footsteps, excited to see what new adventures awaited them in the depths of the forest. Yo was overcome with admiration for Sel, expressing his awe while shaking the dust off his body. His eyes shone with admiration. "You're just like the legendary magicians." He beamed at Sel, his eyes shining with excitement. "Oh, would you possibly be able to teach me some magic? I'd love to become a powerful magician like you and help protect the world." When Renoir heard Yael's words, he couldn't help but frown a little. He gave her a little look and whispered, "Yeah, stop messing around, sweetheart. Lord Desiree's not someone who can be taught by just anyone, bless him." "Why?" you asked, looking a little confused. "Am I not trying hard enough?" "Oh, you're trying your best, yeah. It's just that Master Siler doesn't want to be disturbed by too many people," explained Reno, looking at Siler, who was walking ahead of them, his tone full of confusion. "I've never really understood why she's helping us. She's all so forceful, as if we were just her tool." Reno's words caught SK's attention. SK stopped in his tracks, turned around and looked at Reno with a kind smile. "Reno, you should understand that Master Siler has great power and her own code of conduct. We shouldn't try to understand her, sweetheart." But Reno was just about to say something else when he was interrupted by the cold voice of Desiree. "Oh, you too? What are you still dawdling about?" Desiree didn't turn around, but just dropped a sentence with a tone that suggested she was a little disappointed. Rhino and SK looked at each other, both with a hint of fear in their eyes. They stopped chatting and quickly caught up with Desiree, continuing to walk deeper into the forest together. Sel picked up the pace, walking faster and faster. The trees behind her seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, becoming blurred and distorted as if they were in a warp space. "Oh my, what powerful magic!" Ya cried, following Sel closely and full of admiration. "Ya, stop messing around," Reno said with a gentle smile. "Lord Sel is not what you think." Yael was so caught up in his admiration for Sel's magic that he ignored Reno. His eyes were full of longing. They carried on walking and soon reached the center of the forest, where they found a huge ancient tree with a thick trunk, lush branches and roots that intertwined on the ground like dragons. "Oh, this tree," Reno whispered, feeling the ancient tree's magic in his bones. "This tree is called the World Tree, and it contains the magic of the entire continent," Sel explained gently, walking over to the ancient tree and stroking its trunk with her hand. Yael's eyes were wide with wonder, and he looked at Sel with a look of armed admiration in his eyes. "The World Tree," SK repeated in a soft, gentle voice, and he could feel that the ancient tree was brimming with a vast, magnificent energy. His heart was filled with a sense of awe and wonder. Reynolds looked at Sel and the world tree, his mind filled with doubt. He was really curious to see what Sel would do next. And he was also wondering what connection this ancient tree had with their journey. Sel closed her eyes and placed her palm against the trunk. She could feel the magic flowing through the tree, powerful and ancient, as if it connected the whole world. This is the entrance to the Lost Temple, but it's not going to let anyone in easily, so don't worry. She pointed to the huge trunk of the world tree, where there was a faintly visible hole surrounded by thick roots, as if giant arms were guarding it firmly. Wyaza's lit up with a glimmer of excitement. His thirst for magic always made him act on impulse. I'll go and have a look. He didn't think twice and rushed towards the hole, eager to be the first to enter the world tree. However, the moment he touched the hole in the tree, something unexpected happened. A powerful force suddenly pushed him away, and the huge roots seemed to come to life, lashing out at him. Just be careful, okay? Renu-O cried out, pulling his long sword and hurrying over to try to block the roots. Meanwhile, Skull took a moment to look around and take it all in. He noticed the lovely pattern of flowers around the tree hole, which was like ancient elf writing that recorded the secrets of the world tree. Hey, take it easy, Skull called out, pointing at the pattern on the roots and explaining kindly, these writings are an ancient magic circle, and only those who understand it can enter. Yo was really quite taken aback by the sheer size of the roots and stumbled back a few steps, his eyes filled with fear and shame. You were a bit reckless, Ya, Renoir whispered, giving her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Ya looked so ashamed, and he lowered his head, afraid to meet Renoir's gaze. He had always dreamed of magic, but he hadn't thought about the risks or how amazing it was. Sel watched them with a kind smile on her face, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Do you understand now, sweetheart? Sel asked, her voice full of a playful tease. Rain looked around, his eyes full of caution, as if he was just waiting for someone to come along and give him a helping hand. He could sense that the interior of the world tree held even greater secrets, and that they must be careful in order to find the path to the Lost Temple. I've touched it. I pointed at the roots entwined around his feet, his eyes filled with panic. He took a few steps back, his eyes wide with fear, trying to get away from the world tree. It's okay, Ya, Reynolds said gently, putting down his sword and walking over to Ya. He spoke in a calm and gentle tone, patting Ya on the shoulder to comfort him. You're fine, Ya. He turned to Scare and asked, Scare, do you know how to break this magic circle? Scare looked at the ancient elvish writing, and after a moment of thought he said softly, this is an ancient protective magic that needs to be broken using a specific language. He put his forefinger on his chin and thought for a moment, trying to figure out how to break the magic circle. He looked up at Scylla and asked, Scylla, do you know the secret of this magic circle? Scylla's mouth curled up slightly in a playful way, and her eyes revealed a mysterious look. She gave a little tap on the world tree trunk and said in a gentle voice, You need to discover it for yourselves, children. She turned slowly, her eyes fixed on the forest in the distance, and said, My dear friends, you must find the key to enter the temple in order to open its doors. The key is among the roots. Reynolds looked at the roots entwined around Wael's feet and frowned. He was a little confused and asked Sel, Among the roots? How could the key be hidden among the roots? Don't be fooled by appearances, said Sel's voice, flowing through the air like a clear spring. With a wave of her hand, she was engulfed in a magical glow that disappeared into the forest. Let's find the key together, Ya, said Reynolds. turning back to face him with a warm smile. "We'll open the door to the temple together." Wael nodded, his eyes lighting up with a newfound confidence. He gave himself a little pep talk and got ready to look for the key to the temple with Renu on sight. "Let's work together," he said, smiling and looking determined. He was absolutely certain that they would find the key and open the door to the temple. Renuan also clenched his longsword in his hand, ready to set off on a new adventure to find the key to the temple. They began to carefully observe the surrounding tree roots, trying to find the key hidden inside. The tree roots were everywhere, like a huge net had trapped them in the cave. They just needed to find the right way to break the magic circle and open the door to the temple. "This temple is really strange," said Stu, frowning. He gently stroked the tree roots, feeling the magical fluctuations that seemed to dance along them. He murmured, "This place has a really magical, mysterious power that makes people feel a little uneasy." "Just be careful," Renaud said with a smile, keeping a close eye on the surroundings and watching every move with keen interest. Renaud held his longsword close to him, ready to protect himself and his friends from any sudden situation with its faint silvery glow. "Let's be careful and not act too quickly, okay?" Wael held his battle hammer close to him. Gazing around, he murmured, "This place is really quite eerie, don't you think? I always get this feeling that someone's watching us in the dark." Reno and SJ turned to look at Yar, their eyes full of concern. They had no idea what secrets the temple might hold, or what dangers they might face next. At that moment, Yar suddenly pointed to the ground, his eyes full of surprise. He pointed to the ground and said, "Look, there's a stone tablet here." They looked closer, and lo and behold, found some strange symbols on the tablet. The symbols were giving off a soft, gentle light, as if they were beckoning to them. Yo was so curious that he just had to reach out and touch the slate. But suddenly he was pulled back by a strong force and he felt a sharp pain. "Just be careful, okay?" Reno and SK cried out together in alarm. They rushed to YR's side right away, keeping a close eye on things and making sure he was safe. YR's poo face was full of pain. He quickly covered his hand and looked at the slate with a little fear in his eyes, not knowing what had happened. Oh, could it be? Reno looked down at the little dent left by YR's impact and the magical fluctuations around him. He had an idea. Yar, covering his poor, aching hand, pointed at the cave entrance with a pale face. He tried to stand up, but the pain was just too much for him. He could only say anxiously that plant. "It's the same as the light from this stone tablet." Renaud SK, Yuja looked at YR's fingertips with concern. At the entrance to the cave, a lovely plant was growing quietly, emitting a soft, fluorescent glow. The leaves were covered with the same lovely pattern as the stone slab. Renaud couldn't wait to get closer to it. He looked at the plant with great interest. It was so interesting. It didn't look like an ordinary plant, but more like some kind of magical creature. He gently touched its leaves with his hand, smiling as he did so. All of a sudden, a lovely warm energy flowed into his body through his arm. "Oh my, this energy is wonderful." Renaud's eyes lit up with surprise as he felt the energy, which was exactly the same as the energy emitted by the slate. He suddenly realized that this plant was the key to opening the slate. This plant's guy looked surprised too. He looked at the plant with a kind gaze and whispered, "It contains such powerful energy. Maybe it can help us open the slate." YL was having a bit of trouble getting up from the ground. He looked at the plant in Renaud's hand and said in a weak but hopeful voice, "Oh, quickly. Try touching the slate, please." Renault nodded, his eyes twinkling with excitement. He took a deep breath, gripped the plant in his hand that was shining with a strange light, and slowly walked up to the slate. He gently touched the plant in his hand to the slate. The light on the stone slab suddenly got a lot brighter, and the whole temple started to shake really strongly. The stone walls around them started to crack, one after the other. "Come on, let's get you back to safety." Scare gave Renault a little nudge and pulled him aside. He gazed at the flashing stone slab with great interest, surveyed the area with a hint of caution, and murmured, "The energy of this stone slab is really coming alive. We really should get out of here as soon as we can, don't you think?" Wael bravely supported himself against the wall and struggled to his feet. He took a deep breath, trying to ignore the pain in his body, and said, I'm absolutely fine, thank you. We really need to get out of here quickly because this place could collapse at any time." Wino looked at Wael, his eyes full of concern. He knew the situation wasn't optimistic, but he also knew Wael needed to stay put. "Wael, you are seriously injured. You stay here, as time I will go out and find someone to help." Wael shook his head and said kindly, "No, I don't want you to take risk. I won't let you face danger alone again, I promise." "Wael, please listen to me. I'm really sorry, but your current physical condition means you can't move. You'll just slow us down if you stay here, sweetheart," Reno said kindly. "I've made up my mind, sweetheart. I'd never leave you behind, sweetheart. I'll face the danger with you, my friend." Wael replied with a warm smile. He tried to stand up straight, but cursing, he was overcome by pain again and could only lean weakly against the stone wall. Reno and Sky exchanged glances. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew Wael's character and knew that it was useless to persuade him. In the end, Reno nodded gently and said, "Okay, we'll leave together, but I just want you to promise me that you'll listen to me if anything happens and you can't be stubborn anymore, okay?" But braced his body and slowly walked towards the cave entrance, holding onto the wall for support. He took a deep breath and tried his best to look strong and brave. The three of them walked out of the temple and set off back to camp together. There was a kind of tense air in the air. They didn't know what dangers lay ahead, but they were ready for anything. They would face any challenge together, and they would get through it together. "We need to hurry. I think forces ma'am might have caught up with us," said SKA, his voice low. He held the bow and arrow tightly in his hands and looked around, his eyes wide with curiosity. Wael, on the other hand, looked a little confused. He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, a little lost and confused. He asked, "Could you tell me where this is? How is this different from before?" "I'm not sure," Renla replied, frowning. He looked at the gleaming metal floor and the passageway and the stone wall with a curious gaze. He felt a little uneasy, so he whispered, "It seems that this place has been modified by the Furs. They've already set up traps here, bless them, waiting for us to walk right into them." "Oh my!" Wael's face lit up with a sudden look of realization, and he looked up with a keen interest in the direction of the cave entrance. There were so many soldiers there, all armed with swords and spears. They looked ready to fight. Oh no, they were closing in on Renault and the others. "We really must get out of here as soon as we can," said SKR, looking a little worried. He beckoned to Renault and Yar to follow, then led the way into a passage. Renault and Yar followed closely behind, eager to see what would happen next. They rushed into the passage, which was dark and had to stick together to make their way through. "Where are we going, my friends?" Yar asked, feeling a cold breeze blow through the passage and causing him to shiver involuntarily. "I'm sorry, I don't know," Renuo replied with a little shake of his head. He had no idea where this passage led, but he was sure SKE would find a safe route. "Oh look, there's light ahead." SKE stopped suddenly and pointed to a light in front of him. Reno and Yar followed SKE's lead and saw a lovely, bright light at the end of the passage. The light was getting stronger and stronger, as if something wonderful was waiting for them. "Let's go take a look," said Reno, gripping his sword tightly in preparation for the unknown challenge. He whispered, "Just be careful, there might be a bit of danger here." Wael, on the other hand, was brimming with curiosity. He looked around at the gorgeous scenery and couldn't stop himself from saying, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Oh, I wonder what this lovely crystal is made of. Oh, why is it so shiny?" Reno was also really amazed. He'd never seen a crystal quite like it in his whole life. The light from the crystal was so magical, it illuminated the entire underground space. He whispered, "This crystal emits a really interesting energy. I've never seen such powerful forces in my life." SK nodded and whispered, "This could well be the source of energy that Voss uses to control the entire continent. We really must stop him." Wael gave a little shrug and a scratch behind his head, not quite understanding what ST said. He asked, "What energy source are you talking about?" "Oh, I'd love to know what Voss wants," Reno explained. "Voss wants to rule the entire continent, Kurgai. He's trying to use this power to control all races, bless him. We'll end up being his puppets." Wael's face showed his feelings, which were a mixture of anger and sadness. He clenched his fists and said, in a voice that was firm but not unkind, "This is impossible. We'll never let Voss get the better of us." Skull took a deep breath and gently reminded him, "This isn't the time for arguing, my friend. Let's find a way out of here as soon as we can, otherwise Voss's men will catch up with us in no time." Rhino looked around and noticed something really interesting. The crystals were surrounded by complex runes that emitted a mysterious glow. A great idea suddenly popped into his mind, and he whispered, "Maybe we can use these runes to open a passage to Voss's castle." Wael looked at Rhino in surprise and asked, "What on earth are you thinking?" "I just want to check, are you sure? This is a bit too dangerous, don't you think?" Reynolds nodded with a reassuring smile. He spoke with determination. "I have to try, I really do. This is the only way we can stop Voss's plot, and I know we can do it together." Kurt paused for a moment, and then he whispered, "Okay, let's give it a go together." Reynolds looked at Yar, his eyes full of determination, and said, "Yar, you are great at close combat, so you are responsible for protecting the safety of Kirk and me." Yar nodded, raised his weapon in his hand, and said in a reassuring voice, "Don't worry, brother, I'll look after you." Kurt began to move. He closed his eyes and took a moment to carefully sense the runes around him. He quietly recited some old, magical incantations, trying to unlock the secrets of the runes. The air around him grew a little cooler, the light from the crystal grew stronger, and the runes began to glow in a really interesting way, as if they were being activated. Reno and Yar held their weapons close, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. They didn't know what was going to happen next, but they were ready to fight. "Ready, Yar?" Reno asked, his voice full of concern as he gripped his sword tightly. He looked at the runes around him, and felt the lovely energy radiating from the crystal. He spoke with a determined look on his face. Jan nodded, his eyes shining with determination. He raised his battle axe and shouted, "I'm ready to fight at any time, brother. Just say the word and I'll charge headlong into the fray." "That's a good idea." Rhino took a deep breath, closed his eyes, concentrated, and gathered all his strength in his palm, striking at the rune in the center. With a lovely flash, the rune lit up with a bright light, and the whole underground space shook a little bit. "Just be careful, okay?" SKR suddenly shouted, realizing that something was changing in the energy around him. He quickly helped Reno and Jan find shelter behind a big, beautiful crystal. Rumble, with a loud noise, the ground cracked open, and a huge abyss appeared before them. The abyss was so dark, it felt like it was swallowing you whole, and it let out the most terrifying roar. And then, accompanied by the hissing of dark creatures, countless dark shadows crawled out of the abyss and surged towards Reno and the others like a tide. "Vathsami," Reno's face was serious, and he whispered, "YL, we really should get out of here as soon as we can." YL raised his battle axe and charged at the dark creatures, roaring. The huge axe whirred with a piercing sound, cleaving the surrounding dark creatures in half. He swung the axe with all his might, cutting through the dark creatures like a steel beast, clearing a bloody path for Reno and SKR. And why, there are just so many of them. Scare raised his staff and released a stream of magical energy, knocking back some of the dark creatures. However, he felt his power slowly slipping away. He mumbled quietly, his eyes slowly closing as the magical energy around him became thinner and thinner. "YL, go and just Scare a hand, would you?" Reno knew that Scare couldn't possibly withstand the attack of the dark creatures alone, so he shouted, knowing that YL was perfectly placed to help and could better protect. Jan heard Renault's order and immediately turned and rushed towards Scare, ready to help. He swung his battle axe with all his might, knocking back all the dark creatures that tried to get close to SKE. He shouted, "SKE, how are you doing, my friend? Can you hold on?" "It's okay, it's just..." SKE's face showed a hint of pain, and he whispered, "This dark energy is affecting my spells. I can't concentrate, good guy." YL looked at SKE's face and could see that SKE was in a lot of pain. He gave SKE a smile and said firmly, "SKE, I protect you, don't you worry. Just focus on recovering your mana, okay?" Reno saw that poor Wyansis Chun surrounded by these awful dark creatures. He knew that he had to find a way to solve the crisis, and he was determined to do so. He looked around, hoping to find a way to close the abyss. As he looked around, his heart was beating fast with worry. He suddenly noticed a red stone on the edge of the abyss, with strange symbols engraved on it. This stone, Renault gazed at the stone, and memories of ancient legends came to mind. He whispered, "I think this stone might be able to help us seal the abyss." He reached out and gently took hold of the stone, holding it above his head and looking around at his surroundings, searching for a suitable place to place the stone. This stone, could it be? SKE's voice suddenly became a little hurried. He closed his eyes and took a moment to tune into the energy around him, murmuring, "This stone is the key to sealing the abyss." Reno wasn't quite sure what SKE was talking about, but he could tell that SKE'd made a discovery. He held the stone close to him, waiting for SKE's next instructions. "Reno, my friend, place the stone on the rune in the very center." SKE opened his eyes full of determination, and said with a smile, This is the only way we can seal the abyss. Reno gave a little nod. He threw the stone towards the rune in the center, and it landed exactly on it. And then something really quite wonderful happened. A lovely red light radiated from the stone, enveloping the entire underground space. The abyss started to shake quite a bit, and a kind of hissing noise came from it. It was so lovely to see all those dark creatures falling from the abyss and returning to it. It worked, he cried, his face alight with joy. Rhino was overjoyed to see that the abyss had been sealed. He couldn't help but smile. At last, they had overcome the crisis before them. Yer and SK couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief too. They looked at the sealed abyss with joy in their eyes, beaming with pride at their achievement. They had overcome the crisis together, and their friendship had grown even stronger. "We really should get going," said Reno in a low voice, looking around warily. He knew that Voss's army could attack at any time, so it was really important to find a safe route out of there as soon as they could. Yarendeske nodded and followed Reno, eager to leave this dangerous place behind. As they left, Renaud looked back at the sealed abyss with a fond smile. He knew that the abyss was the key to the dark forces that Voss used to mobilize, but he also knew that the abyss had been sealed by them. They had used their strength and wisdom to defeat Voss's plot, and they would continue to move forward to stop Voss and protect the world. They were going to be just fine. "Now, what should we do?" Yor asked, looking at Renaud with anticipation in his eyes. He knew that they would face new challenges next, but he was sure they could handle it. "We just need to find a way out of here and head to Voss Castle to stop Voss from completing his plan," said Reno calmly, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. He knew they still had a long way to go, but he was sure they would definitely overcome Voss and protect the world. They raised the flag on and took a long, hearty drink, the liquid running down his beard as if he was celebrating the victory by deliberately soiling his battle armor. Reno was lost in thought, so Yao decided to give him some space. He was sure they'd done their best, but the appearance of Sella, her warning, her wise eyes, made Reno feel a little uneasy. "Reno, what's on your mind?" SKR noticed something was up with Reno and his tone was full of concern. He turned his gaze from the sealed abyss to Reno's face, his eyes full of concern. Reno let out a little sigh and pulled his thoughts back from all the endless speculation. He gave a little shake of his head and said, "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that this is just the end of one battle. The real war has just begun." "War? What do you mean?" Yar asked, a little confused as he put down the wine pot. He was a little confused by what Reno was trying to say. Cell said it, the flaw in the seal. Voss's counterattack, Reno told Yarendeske in a low voice about Cell's warning. He really hoped they'd be on his side, so they could face whatever challenges came up together. Cell? That powerful witch? SK frowned, his tone tinged with a hint of unease. He was a little bit wary of Cell's great power, and also a little bit disturbed by Cell's mystery. "I always feel like this victory is a little bit false, you know." "Oh, Voss is such a fighter. He'll never give up easily." Renaud looked a little worried. He couldn't shake off the feeling that he was meant to fulfill the prophecy of Cell, and his heart was full of anxiety and unease. "But we have already won, don't you think?" He smiled, trying to cover his inner unease with his rough laughter. "Oh, we've only put off the crisis for now, but it's still there, you know." Renaud's expression was serious, but his eyes were bright and hopeful. He seemed to be looking into the distance, as if he could see beyond the darkness and into the future. "What are you going to do, my friend?" Scare looked at Renaud, his eyes bright with eager anticipation, ready to hear his instructions. He had complete faith in Renaud's judgment and was more than happy to follow in his footsteps and embrace the exciting future that lay ahead. Renaud gave a little nod and spoke firmly. "We've got to find Sylar, work out what's wrong with the seal and find a solution." "But where do we find her, my friend?" Yar asked, his voice slightly confused. He couldn't quite make sense of Excella's existence, and he had no idea where she was. Excella said that she has been doing a great job of guarding the magic barrier against the invasion of the dark forces, said Reno, his eyes fixed firmly in the distance. It was as if he could see the magic barrier, the place where Excella was guarding it, and the clue that would help them find Excella. The magic wall? And you mean the magic wall? Well, it is at the edge of the continent, isn't it? Oh my, SKK said, surprised. He was amazed that they were going to the edge of the continent, an area full of dangers and unknowns. Rano gave a little nod. His eyes were full of determination, and he looked ready to take on the world. He took a deep breath and said, "To stop Voth and protect this wonderful world, we must go to the magic wall. Of course we'll go with you." Although Wael was a little worried, he finally agreed with Reno's plan. He raised the flagon and took a big drink, saying, "Here's to Aziola. Here's to Aziola." SK also raised his fist, his eyes full of fighting spirit. He truly believed that they can overcome any challenge and protect the peace of this world. Rano gazed ahead, lost in thought. His heart was brimming with hope. They were ready to start a new adventure, keep on hoping, and keep protecting the peace of this world. Let's get to the magic wall as soon as we can. It's the heart of the eastern and western continents, and it's the key to keeping Voth out. Rhino said firmly, his eyes twinkling with determination as he gripped the star blade tightly. The armor on his body shone with the afterglow of the sunset, making him look particularly majestic. But we don't know what's going on at the magic wall, and it's not a good idea to go there without knowing more, SK said gently, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Oh, don't you worry. We'll be super careful and not act recklessly. I'll send someone to scout the area first, find Cell, and then we'll make a plan, said Reno with a reassuring smile. He had complete faith in his own judgment and was certain that he could lead them to Cell and defeat evil, and totally on board with Reno's plan. We've got to find Cell. She's the only one who can help us defeat Voth. Wael let out a hearty laugh and brandished the battle axe with a gleam in his eye, as if he could already see the battle. Reno nodded in agreement. He was really eager to find Cell as soon as possible and discover the secret of the magic barrier. He was sure he could find Cell and stop Voth from invading Asura. Let's get moving then. Reno led the way, accompanied by Yar and SKR, all the way towards the magic barrier. They strolled through the lush forest and waded across the swiftly flowing river, feeling confident that they could overcome any challenge as long as they stayed together. They strolled through the dark forest, the only sounds they heard being the gentle rustling of leaves. Renaud held the star blade close to him and kept a close eye on his surroundings. They'd been walking for several days, but still hadn't found any trace of the magic wall. Renaud, we've been walking for several days now, but we still haven't found the magic wall, Yar said, a little impatiently. Don't worry, my friend. We're almost there, just ahead, Reynolds said with a reassuring smile and a calm voice. He saw hope in the shadow of the magic barrier, and it filled him with joy. Ahead? He asked, his voice full of hope. He looked doubtfully in the direction Reynolds was pointing. but he could see nothing except for the dense trees and the growing darkness. "Yes, it's just ahead," Reynolds said with a reassuring smile. It was as if he could see the magic barrier and the phantom that guarded it. "Really?" they asked, still a little unsure. He couldn't help but wonder if there really could be a magic barrier in such a dense forest. "Trust me," Reno replied with a reassuring smile. His eyes were bright and full of determination. He truly believed that he could find the magic barrier and also protect the peace of Asura. "Okay, I believe you," Yar said with a smile, although he was still a little unsure. In the end, though, he decided to trust Reno and follow him. They carried on, following Renoel's, led through the thick forest and into an area that was even darker. The air around them seemed to grow a little cooler, and the trees grew more luxuriant, as if they wanted to engulf them in their embrace. "We've reached the edge of the magic wall," Reynolds said in a soft, reassuring voice, glancing around with a hint of caution. "Magic wall, really?" Scare asked, looking around with a little surprise. He was careful to look carefully at his surroundings, but he didn't notice anything unusual. "Yes, we've reached the edge of the enchanted barrier," Renaud confirmed with a smile. He could really feel the changes in the surroundings, and he could also feel the existence of the enchanted barrier. Just then, something caught their attention. A group of soldiers in black armor rushed out of the darkness. They were armed with spears and huge shields, and they looked like they were ready for a fight. "Oh, they're followers of Vorse," SKR cried out and immediately drew his bow, ready to face whatever might come. "Followers of Vorse," he said, his voice full of curiosity. Reynolds let out a little laugh, gripping the star blade and preparing for battle. Wael also raised his battle axe and let out a big, loud roar, getting ready to charge. "It seems our adventure has only just begun," Reynolds said with a smile and charged towards the followers of Vorse. "They're coming after us," said SK as he noted an arrow. He was really quick and managed to avoid a flying arrow that whistled past and struck the trunk of a tree behind him, instantly splitting it in two. Reynolds followed close behind, his star blade cutting a lovely silver arc as he helped another fighter by knocking a spear from their hands. He gave a big swing, knocking another guy's big shield into the air, before driving his sword straight into the enemy's throat. Unknown, the enemy's armor made it all sound, and he covered his neck, blood gushing from between his fingers. He fell to the ground, poor thing, all lifeless. Yar, on the other hand, was a real live wire. He charged into the enemy ranks like a wild bull, swinging his battle axe so fast that he knocked all the enemies in front of him to the ground. "Are you naughty, naughty cowards? How very rude of you to block us." Ragnar let out a hearty roar, brandishing the blade of the stars with a flourish before cleaving an enemy in half. Blood spattered onto his face, but he was still undaunted, his eyes filled with the desire to kill. The followers of Vorse were very passionate, but they could do with a bit more discipline. They attacked Renaud and the others in a rather disorganized manner, but they were always repelled by the three of Renaud's teamwork, which was really rather impressive. Renaud was really quite the agile one, and he had superb swordsmanship. SK was just so accurate with his arrows. He could easily shoot his enemies. Yo was a strong guy and could knock his enemies flying with every swing of his battle axe. "Renaud, be careful, my friend," SK was suddenly called out. He saw an enemy sneak up on Renaud from behind, so he quickly shot an arrow, knocking the enemy to the ground. "Thank you so much." Renaud turned around and gave SKD a big, warm smile. he kept on swinging the blade of the stars, gently pushing the enemy back. "It looks like we have to find the magic wall together," Renault said, his eyes full of determination as he fought the enemy. "I'm so happy to tell you that the magic wall is just ahead." SK pointed ahead with a warm smile. He saw a lovely, colorful light in the distance, which meant he was getting closer to the magic wall. "It looks like the best way to reach the magic wall is to break out of the encirclement." Ya let out a roar, swinging his battle axe with all his might and knocking down all the enemies in front of him before charging towards the light. "Let's go together, everyone." Reno was really excited too, and he brandished the star blade and led Sky and Ya on a charge. They broke through the enemy encirclement and ran towards the colorful light. "Wait a moment," SK suddenly called out. "Wait a moment." He watched the enemy with great interest and noticed that, although they were fierce, they seemed a bit disorganized, flailing about like headless chickens. "Oh dear, their attack is too chaotic. It seems like they lack command," SK whispered, looking around to try to find the reason behind it. "You mean," Reno also noticed that the enemy's actions were a little strange. He gripped the star blade tightly and furrowed his brow, mulling over SK's words. "There must be a commander among them," SK concluded, his eyes sharp as he scanned the battlefield, trying to find the enemy hiding in the shadows. "If we can find him, we can turn the battle around." Rael's thick eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly as he raised his battle axe and brought it down on the ground with a resounding bang. "Find that guy. That won't be easy," he said with a little smile, as if he was teasing SKE a little. "Don't worry, I'll find him," said SKE with a reassuring smile. He winked at Reno and said, "You distract them or find the commander. Be careful, okay?" Reno gave SK a little in the ribs and said, "You know, the two of us will distract them, right?" Dar nodded, his battle axe glinting in the sunlight. He replied in a soft, reassuring voice, "I got it." SKR ran towards the enemy ranks, firing off arrows as he went to grab their attention. He made a few mistakes on purpose, luring the enemy closer by giving them the impression that they had a chance to kill him. "Oh, you despicable thing." SKR let out a cheerful cry as he shot an arrow, making sure to miss so that the enemy would think he was unable to hit his target. Hearing SKR's provocation, several enemies gave chase, eager to kill SKR. Little did they know, they were falling into SKR's trap. SK was really smart and used the trees to hide in the shadows. He was also really good at spotting where his enemies were going and looking for their commander. "Oh, they're moving so chaotically. It must be because their commander is hidden," SK whispered, his eyes sharp as he looked around, trying to find the enemy hiding in the shadows. SK followed the movement of the enemy ranks and soon found a figure dressed differently from the others who was directing the battle. This figure was hiding in the shadows of the trees, directing the movements of the enemy. "Found," he cried, his eyes alight with excitement. SK whispered, gripping his bow tightly in preparation for an attack. The commander was busy giving orders to his soldiers and didn't notice SK lurking in the shadows. With a gentle whoosh, SK's arrow flew out and hit the commander's shoulder with perfect accuracy. And no, the poor commander let out a scream as he covered his shoulder and fell to the ground in pain. "Oh, my poor commander." The enemy were taken aback and began to panic. Without their leader, they were a little lost and a bit confused. Reno and YL saw this, and their eyes lit up with delight. They saw their chance and broke through the enemy's encirclement, charging towards the magic barrier. "Come on, we've got to get to the magic barrier," Renault called out cheerfully as he ran, the star blade in his hand glowing brightly, illuminating his path. Yael followed close behind, swinging his battle axe with gusto and cutting down any enemies in his way. He let out a heartfelt cry. For as Iola, Renault let out a roar, and together they were unstoppable as they charged forward. At last, they reached the magic barrier. They saw that the magic barrier had started to crack, and black energy was trying to engulf the world from the cracks. "Come on, let's stop it." "Hey guys, look at this magic barrier," Renault said, pointing at it. "I know," they nodded, standing next to Renault, ready for the final battle. The two of them fought side by side, using all their strength to try to repair the magic barrier. They gave it their all, but sadly, they found that the power of the magic barrier was getting weaker and weaker. Despite their best efforts, they were unable to stop it at all. "Oh, I hope we're not going to fail." Renault's face fell. He stayed silent, holding his battle axe close as he braced himself for the end. "Come on, don't give up." Just then, a lovely voice rang out, and a kind figure clad in a purple robe appeared before them. "Cell." Renault was so surprised he couldn't help but exclaim. Cell nodded and gave a little wave with her staff, sending streams of magical energy surging out and into the barrier. "I promise I won't let it collapse." Cell's face was alight with determination. The magic energy kept flowing out of her staff and into the magic barrier. Thankfully, the magic barrier began to slowly repair itself, and the black energy slowly retreated. "We did it. We succeeded." Renault, who was over the moon, held the star blade tightly in his hands, brimming with hope. "Not yet," Yael said gently, looking around with a little smile. He knew that the battle wasn't over yet, but he was ready for it. "I know," nodded Renault, looking at Exala and asking, "What should we do next?" "I'll help you resolve this crisis," said Exala, gripping her staff tightly as she prepared to continue fighting. "But for now, we need to push back against the enemy in front of us," said Renault, pointing the star blade in his hand at the enemies closing in on them. "Let's do this together." He swung his battle axe with a big, brave grin on his face and charged at the enemy. Renault was right behind him, holding the star blade, and they fought side by side. Together they chased the enemy away. Thankfully, they finally won. The magic barrier was repaired, and the crisis in the world was temporarily averted. "We did it," Renault said, beaming from ear to ear. "Yes, we did it," he said, beaming, and raised his battle axe, slapping hands with Renault in celebration. "But the battle isn't over yet. Force will rise again," said Sal, her face serious. She knew that this was only the end of one battle, and that the real battle had only just begun. "We will defeat him," said Renault, his voice firm and confident as he gripped the blade of the stars in his hand and prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. "I believe in you," said Sel with a little smile, turning and walking deeper into the forest, disappearing into the night. Reynold and Yo looked at Sel's back, their hearts filled with fond admiration. They knew that the battle had just ended and that another, even more difficult battle had just begun. They decided to head back to Asura to find some new strength, to work out how to beat Voth, and to protect their lovely home together. Reynold looked in the direction Sel had disappeared, holding the star blade close to him. He murmured, "Don't worry, we'll find a way." "Yes," Yo gave Reynold a little pat on the shoulder, his tone brimming with heroism. "What is Voth? We beat him once. We can beat him again," he said with a warm smile. then raised his wine glass and signaled to Rhino, "Let's have a toast." Rhino paused for a moment, shook his head and said, "I know, but this isn't the time for drinking. We still have a lot to do." I know, Yas said with a shrug and a smile as he put the wine glass down. His face looked serious for a moment. "But we could always be on edge, you know. It's so good to relax a little." Ya went on. Silas said that Vorce's weakness might be hidden in a relic. "This relic is very dangerous, but we must find it to gain the key to defeating Vorce." Reno nodded, his face brightening. He took a deep breath and said, "I understand, my friend. Let's get going as soon as we can to find that relic." "No problem at all. We're ready to go whenever you are." Yas straightened his shoulders, and his face was full of confidence. Together, the two of them strolled deeper into the enchanting elven forest, ready to embark on their exciting new adventure. The trees in the elven forest were so tall, they reached right up into the sky. And their branches and leaves were so thick, it was hard for the sun to shine through the canopy. The ground was covered in a lovely layer of fallen leaves, which made a rustling sound when stepped on. As rain on and Ya walked through the forest, they were delighted by the cheerful chirping of birds and the lively buzzing of insects. From time to time, they could see little animals hopping from branch to branch. "Just a heads up, there are lots of traps here," SK said with a smile, walking in front of Raynon and Yarn keeping a close eye on their surroundings. "I know," Raynon replied with a reassuring smile, his hand firmly gripping the starblade as he stood ready for battle. "Hey, where is this relic?" did Cell say. Yar asked, looking a little impatient. She said the location of the ruins is. SK paused for a moment and pointed his finger in the direction of the ruins there. "There? Oh, that's not quite right." He pointed to a cliff in the distance and beneath it a bottomless abyss. "Could that be the entrance to the demon realm?" "Yes, that's the place," SKR said with a warm smile. Cell said that Vorce's weakness is hidden there, poor guy. "Am I? How is that even possible?" Ya said, looking a little shocked. "The entrance to the demon realm leads to the most dangerous place full of demons. How are we going to get there?" "This is not the time to discuss this," said SK. "We no longer have time. We must act quickly to find that relic and find a way to defeat Vorce." Reno nodded, looking at the dangerous cliff ahead. He was feeling a little nervous, but he was ready to face it head on. "Right, let's go," Yas said, his face full of determination as he gripped the battle axe in his hands. The three of them walked together towards the entrance to the demon realm, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Yar whispered, his eyes full of doubt as he looked at Ka. "Oh, she'll definitely tell us the truth," Reno whispered, gripping the blade of the stars in his hands as he tried to look calm, but his tone still carried a hint of unease. "You two." Another dark servant let out a roar and charged at SKE with all his might. The sharp blade in his hand made a lovely wind sound as he playfully slashed at SKE. SKE's eyes narrowed in concentration as he quickly shot the bow in his hand. And no, the arrow hit the dark servant's arm with great force, and the poo dark servant let out a scream in pain. And no, the sharp blade in his hand fell off, and he covered the wound, falling to the ground in pain. SK let out a little snort of laughter. He was really quite a talented archer. The poor Darken boys were all wounded by his arrows, and they let out some pretty painful wails one after the other. Rano could see that the moment had come. He called out, "My dear brothers, let us go." "Oh, wait a moment." Ya suddenly stopped Reno with a kind gesture. A look of panic flashed across his eyes. He pointed in the distance where a group of dark envoys were rapidly approaching their side. "Oh no, the enemies over there are coming too." Reno and Eschaz looked at Ya, and they both knew what he was thinking. They saw the enemy that Ya had mentioned. They looked really worried, and things were getting pretty serious. However, SKE was totally cool as a cucumber. He said to Reno in a calm, reassuring voice, "I'll go and attract their attention. You look after Ya for me, okay?" Reno nodded, his face showing his trust in SKE. He held the star blade close to him, ready to protect Ya from the enemy's attack. "What should we do?" Ya asked, his tone a little panicky. "Don't worry, I've got an idea," Reno whispered, giving Ya a reassuring look and gesturing with his eyes for him to stay close to him. Reno and Ya retreated together, avoiding the attacks of the dark messengers. They looked for the right moment to strike and deal the enemy a fatal blow, but were careful to avoid getting caught up in the fighting. "Just be careful, okay?" Skull suddenly shouted, and a flash dodged backwards, avoiding the attack of a dark messenger. He looked a little panicked as he pointed at the ground, where there was a huge trap full of sharp stone thorns. Oh my goodness, there's a trap there." Rhino cried out, and he quickly turned to Ya, letting him know about the trap. Ya also spotted the trap on the ground and was pretty taken aback. He was quick to avoid it, just managing to dodge being stabbed by the trap. "Oh my, what on earth is she trying to tell us?" Ya asked SK, looking a little upset. His eyes were full of anger. "We must trust her, my friend," Rhino said, looking at Ya with a warm, reassuring gaze. Ya was really eager to say something, but he looked at Renla with a bit of a conflicted expression. He was really struggling to work out who to believe, who to trust, and who the real enemy was. "Are you sure Ya is needed for that formation?" SK's tone was full of doubt, but he was still smiling. He gazed at the letter Ray had left, his brows knitted together as if he wanted to tear it to shreds. "Oh, Scare, you can absolutely trust my judgment." Reynolds' tone was a little on the anxious side. He walked back and forth, looking around the camp with a worried look on his face. Ya was quiet for a moment. He sat by the fire, head bowed, gazing at the flickering flames and the flask in his hands, lost in thought. "But why, my dear?" "Oh, why, Rael?" Scare's voice echoed again, his tone full of confusion. He couldn't get his head around Desi Ray's actions. He just couldn't understand why she'd made such a decision. "I'm not sure," Raynon said with a warm smile, admitting his confusion with a friendly honesty. He just couldn't get his head around Desi Ray's plan, or why she'd chosen to sacrifice Rael. If that's really the case, then we can't just stand by and watch her be sacrificed, can we? SK's eyes were firm and he gripped the bow and arrow in his hands, ready for battle. But if we don't follow Ray's plan, Voth will become even stronger, and then the entire continent will fall into darkness, which we really want to avoid. Reno's voice was soft and concerned as he gazed at the distant sky, his eyes filled with worry. Gus suddenly looked up, his eyes full of determination as he looked at Reno. "No matter what, I won't let you sacrifice yourself." Gus finally looked up, his eyes bright with hope. He looked at Reno with a look in his eyes that was a little bit complicated. He raised the flask and took a sip of wine, trying to calm his nerves. Renla looked at her with a gentle gaze. He just couldn't find the answer. He was a little confused by Ray's plan, and a little uneasy about this unknown battle. "We must trust her, Ya. I know it might be hard, but we have to believe in her. We have no other choice, my friend." Reno's voice was full of determination and a kind, reassuring tone. He took a deep breath, and his eyes showed he was ready to face whatever was to come. Ya shook his head, a little smile playing on his lips. He got up and strolled over to the edge of the camp, his back to Reno and Psyche. He gazed into the distance, his back to us, looking a little lonely. As night fell, the stars twinkled, and the three sat quietly by the campfire, enjoying each other's company. The atmosphere was thick with tension and unease, and each of them was lost in thought, their minds turning to the future in this final showdown. "I can't just watch you die, my friend. I'm willing to give my life for the peace of this world, and I will always live on in your hearts." Ya suddenly turned around, his eyes full of determination. He gave a little smile and said, "I'll never forget you. I cannot stand by and watch you die. I'd do anything for the peace of this world. I'll live on in your hearts forever." Ya suddenly turned around. His eyes were bright with determination. He clenched his fists and spoke in a firm, determined tone. Reno and SK were taken aback. They were really surprised when Ya said those words. They looked at each other, their hearts filled with all kinds of wonderful, complex emotions. "YL, don't talk nonsense, my friend. Let's face these difficulties together, my friends." "We can't do without you," said Reno, walking up to YL and giving him a warm pat on the shoulder. "Reno, you're always so stubborn, my dear. I'm really sorry to say that things aren't looking too good at the moment. We really can't take any more risks," said YL, shaking his head. He spoke in a firm, determined tone, his gaze fixed firmly on Reno's. He threw the flask in his hand to the ground, where it shattered on the rocks and the wine spilled out. SK, he looked at Ya with a little sadness in his eyes. He totally understood YR's choice and his determination, but his heart was full of unease. He just didn't know how to stop Ya. "Don't you worry, we'll definitely find a way to stop Force. We won't let you sacrifice yourself, my friend." Reno gave YR's hand a heartfelt shake, his tone full of hope and encouragement, hoping that Ya would change his mind. Ya was silent for a few seconds. Then he gave Reno a gentle pat on the hand and turned to walk away from the camp. He walked with a spring in his step and his eyes fixed firmly ahead. Reno and Des2 watched YR's back with a warm smile. They knew Ya wouldn't change his mind, and they could only watch him go to Voss's lair alone. They just hoped and prayed that he would return safely. They walked through the night, gazing up at the stars. They prayed silently, hoping and praying that he would be able to defeat Force and asked for their protection. He stopped suddenly, turned and looked back at the camp behind him. He took a deep breath, then turned and continued on his way to Voss's lair. His heart was brimming with hope, and he was sure he'd be able to find a way to fix everything. "Wait, Ya," Renown called out, trying to catch up with Ya, but Ya was moving so fast that he soon disappeared into the darkness. Skull was also really eager to catch up, but Renown gently pulled him back. "Renown, we really can't let him go it alone," Skull said, his voice full of concern. "Voth is far too powerful, and it'd be far too dangerous for Ya to go it alone." Renown nodded. He totally understood Skull's concerns, but he knew YR's character. Once he made up his mind, it was hard to change. "We've got to find him and stop him," said Reno, clenching his long sword with a determined look on his face. "We can't let him take any more risks, sweetheart." SK Eric fell silent, lost in thought. He knew Reno was right, but he still had some doubt. We really need to find the source of time if we're going to defeat Force. Ya has found out about the source of time and wants to go and find it alone, said Eric, pointing into the depths of the forest. That was the territory of the dark forces, and also the location of the source of time, so it was a bit of a tricky situation. We really must hurry and find the source of time. Reno nodded, his eyes shining with understanding. He got what Skeet was saying. It's really important that he finds the source of time as soon as he can, so he can help Yar and defeat Force. The two of them strolled happily deeper into the forest. They really needed to find Yar as soon as possible and stop him from continuing his adventure. Yar was walking alone in the dark forest. He kept to closer surroundings, his trusty battle axe at the ready. As he walked, he suddenly saw an old man wearing a long grey robe sitting on a large stone, his eyes closed, resting. "Hello there, old man," YL said with a warm smile as he walked up to him. "Do you know where the source of time is?" The old man slowly opened his eyes, and YL was surprised to see a kind, penetrating gaze that seemed to look into his mind. "The source of time is in this forest, but it is hidden very deeply," the old man said with a kind smile, pointing into the depths of the forest. "Only someone with enough power can find it." "Do you know that Force has the power to control time?" he asked, his voice soft and kind. Yar asked, his curiosity piqued and eager to learn more about the incredible power of the source of time. Force tried to control time, but he couldn't beat it, the old man said with a smile. "The source of time is an everlasting power with infinite wisdom." "Then would you be so kind as to tell me how I can find the source of time?" Yar asked, his eyes twinkling with eager anticipation. "The source of time is a tricky one to find, my friend. You'll find it if you're strong and courageous enough," the old man said, pointing deep into the forest where the dark forces were, where the source of time was located. "Go, my young friend, and find the source of time." Yar nodded with a determined look on his face, took a deep breath, and then turned and walked towards the depths of the forest. He was absolutely certain that he would find the source of time as long as he had a strong enough will and courage. Yar disappeared into the depths of the forest, and the old man remained sitting on the boulder, quietly gazing into the distance with a mysterious smile on his lip. A soft grey mist filled the air over this land, as if it were trying to tell us something. Reynolds looked around him with great care, and noticed that the trees that had once been so dense he had all withered away. Strange black marks remained on the ground. "There's something a little strange about the air here," said Skull, with a little frown. "It's full of the scent of dark magic, blessed." "Oh, how could you possibly have used dark magic?" Reno was lost in thought. He looked around at everything in front of him and thought of Yar, who he knew was a good person. He had always thought the best of Yar, that he was a good, kind person. How could he possibly use dark magic? "Reno, my friend, what do you think we should do?" Skull's voice was a little tremulous. Reno clenched his teeth, his eyes narrowing in concentration. He looked at the land, which was full of the scent of dark magic, and his heart was filled with anxiety. He knew Yar might be in a spot of bother and had probably already fallen. "Let's go to the camp first and find Cell," Rhino said with a smile. "She'll know what to do." SKE nodded, and the two set off, leaving the land full of darkness behind them and heading towards the camp. "We really need to get going," Rhino said, his voice full of concern. "I'm really worried about Yar. I hope she's okay." "We will," said SK, his eyes full of determination. "We'll make sure he doesn't have to face danger alone." They picked up the pace and ran towards the camp. As they walked through the forest at night, they heard some strange sounds coming from behind them, but they kept on going without turning back. They knew that Cha needed their help, and they really wanted to find Cell as soon as possible. The first thing he saw was a huge, beautiful crystal that emitted a dazzling white light, but there was a hint of black in the light. The source of time, which should have been full of vitality and energy, was now shrouded in a bit of a creepy darkness. And lie, what is this? Ya let out a little cry of alarm. He could sense a powerful dark force devouring the vitality of the time source. The time source should be pure and flawless, so why has it become like this? Oh dear, it looks like a dark force has contaminated this place. A soft, sweet voice said from behind him. Ya turned his head and saw an old lady in a black robe. Her eyes were filled with wisdom and kindness. Ya was delighted to recognize her as Cell, who had helped them before. Cell, he called, his voice full of warmth and welcome. Why are you here? Ya asked, a little surprised and delighted to see Cell. I've been keeping an eye on the source of time, because the forces of darkness have also been coveting it, said Cell, walking up to take a closer look at the source of time. Now that it has been contaminated by the forces of darkness, you need a lot of power to purify it, my friend. Wael held his trusty axe close to him. He looked around and, oh my, he was surrounded by countless dark creatures. They let out hisses and jumped at him. Wael swung his giant axe with all his might, sending the dark creatures flying back. But there were just too many of them. Wael, your power is awakening, said Cell's voice from afar in a kind and reassuring tone. Wael looked back and saw the lovely Cell casting some pretty powerful magic. Golden rays shot out of her hands, and they were so strong. They knocked back countless dark creatures. Oh, what kind of power is this? Why is it in me? Wael was really surprised. He'd never felt such a strong force before. It was a feeling like no other, like a wonderful awakening from the depths of his soul. This power comes from the ancient bloodline sealed within you, Cell said, looking at Yar with eyes full of relief. You are a descendant of the Atlantans, and you possess the bloodline of the ancient gods. Yar's eyes were full of doubt. He'd never heard of Atlantis and had no idea he had the bloodline of the ancient gods. You come from an ancient civilization, my friend. Your ancestors made the choice to seal their powers in order to protect the source of time. But now the forces of darkness have awakened, and it's up to you to awaken your powers to protect the source of time, said Excella, looking at Yar with a more determined gleam in her eyes. Wael clenched his fists, feeling a rush of excitement. He felt a wonderful, strong force within him. He remembered the bits and pieces of his dream, the ancient symbols and runes, and the stories and legends of Atlantis. Everything seemed to be connected, and it was all so beautiful. At last, he grasped who he was, where he came from, and what his mission was. I understand, sweetheart. I'll use this power to make time pure and to keep the world safe. He said firmly, raising his giant axe and swinging it with a smile. His strong, kind presence made the dark creatures around him feel safe, and they backed away, reluctant to take another step forward. Cell nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. She looked at Yar with hope and love in her eyes. She knew that Yar would become the hope against the forces of darkness. As he chatted, he raised his trusty axe and tapped it lightly against the trunk of a nearby tree, producing a soft, dull sound. But this power is not easy to control, my friend. It's like a bull, you have to work hard to make it listen, my friend. YAR's words held a hint of distress. He knew that he now had great power, but he also understood that this power was like an untamed beast that needed constant training to be fully mastered. I think the old man voice probably also sensed the disturbance in the source of time, said Cell, her voice calm and sharp with a gentle smile. She gazed into the distance as if her gaze could pierce through space and see the dark army that was approaching. And now, it's time for us to get ready to face their challenge head-on. Although she spoke in a calm, reassuring tone, both Reno and Ski could feel the solemnity in her words. They knew that Voss wouldn't give up the source of time without a fight, and that the battle would be really tough. Reno looked at Jar, who seemed to be trying to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He just nodded with a reassuring smile, gripped his long sword a little tighter, and prepared for the battle to come. You guys, why don't you go find a suitable training ground? Sella suggested, pointing at the surrounding forest. I'd like to give you some special training to help him build up his strength really quickly. Sella's voice was as unquestionable as an order, and Renault and SK looked at each other before setting off with the others to find a training ground. As Renault and SK left, Sella turned and looked at Yar with a serious look on her face. While you have a really strong energy inside you, but it can also be dangerous if you don't know how to control it, said SCI Ray gently. You need to learn to control it so you can use it to protect the world. I will try my best. Al nodded, his eyes full of determination as he looked at SCI Ray. He knew that the next test would be even more challenging, but he was confident that he could overcome all difficulties and become the force that protects the world. Her slender back looked particularly tall in the sunlight, and it was so lovely to see her carrying an irresistible strength. Al followed closely behind, his eyes full of confusion as he looked at Cell's back. He had no idea where Cell was taking him or what she would do next, but he was excited to find out. I'd love to teach you how to control your power. And Cell stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Yar with a warm smile. A smile played on the corner of her mouth as she asked, about your origins, the secret of your power. She held out her hand and pointed to the faintly visible hole in the world tree, which resembled the mouth of a giant and exuded an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. This is the entrance to the lost temple, where you can find all the answers to your past. Excella's words hit her like a bolt of lightning. He stopped for a moment, looking surprised, but then he quickly changed his expression to show he was excited. Oh, I'd absolutely love to go in, he said firmly, his eyes twinkling with determination as he clenched his fist. He was really eager to find out more about where he came from, to understand the source of his incredible abilities, and to discover a way to the future. Excella didn't say anything in reply. Instead, she looked deep into Whale's eyes with a kind gaze before turning and walking towards the hole in the tree. Come on, let's go, she said kindly, her voice carrying an unmistakable air of authority. He followed closely behind, his heart filled with happy excitement and a little bit of nervousness. He didn't know what was waiting for him, but he was ready for anything. Cell led us through the tree hole into a magical, ancient space full of secrets. The surroundings got a little darker, the air filled with a lovely damp smell, and an ancient and mysterious power surrounded them. This is the Lost Temple. Excella took up Whale's words, her voice soft and calm, as if it carried some kind of magic. And this is. Whale looked up and admired the ancient murals around him. They depicted various myths and legends, as well as various ancient runes and totems, which made him feel a sense of familiarity. This is where your ancestors lived, Excella said, looking at Whale with a warm smile. And it's also where your power comes from. My ancestors. Yor paused for a moment, looking at Cell with a look of confusion in his eyes. Yes, your ancestors from an ancient civilization. They had great power and could manipulate time, Cell explained with a warm smile. The power within you comes from them, my friend. Yael's eyes got really big and he looked at Cell in disbelief, his heart filled with surprise and shock. Your power comes from the legacy of your ancestors, said Cell, gently interrupting Ya. You just need to learn to control it a little bit, and you'll be able to harness its power and become the key to guarding the source of time. Oh me? What do I do? Asked Ya, his eyes filled with longing and confusion. You need to find the answer here, said Cell, pointing to the ancient murals around them with a warm smile. They will tell you everything. Yael nodded, took a deep breath, and began to carefully observe the murals around him. He was really hoping to find some answers about his origins and his power, as well as the way to protect the source of time. Scylla looked at Yael's back, her eyes full of expectation. I believe in you, Yael, she said softly, her voice like the singing of an angel with a touch of mysterious power. She didn't continue, she just stood quietly beside Yael, waiting for Yael's exploration of the Temple of Lostness. A big thank you for joining us on this relaxing journey. We hope you enjoyed today's sleep story and feel more peaceful. If you did, please like this video, leave a comment sharing your favorite part, and don't forget to subscribe to Dreamland Sleep Stories for more calming tales. You can also hit the notification bell so you never miss a new story. Sweet dreams.